Валентина сегодня не будет, поэтому вставляем запись. Okay, so about today, I don't have any slides because we won't have a lot of theory. We will discuss some things more about commits and pull requests, a couple of things that I have noticed in your homeworks. Then we will learn some more, a bit advanced Dart stuff, which will help us to continue learning Flutter. And after learning those Dart concepts, we will learn how to navigate from one page to another page in our Flutter apps, pass arguments back, and also add some more dynamic functionality to our Flutter apps. For example, how to change state on the fly, and also how to react to changes happened in navigation. And hopefully, if we have time left, we will also take a look at some new Flutter components, such as button navigation bar, snack bar, alert dialog, and all of the other components that are used often in mobile apps. So first thing that I wanted to say is about your commits. I have seen many do the same error. I have sent you the article about how to write good commit names. So please read it when you have free time. It's not big. I have sent it to you in chat yesterday. What is important about commit is for them to have really meaningful names. So when I read a commit name, I will understand without even looking at the code what will happen when I check out this commit. So for example, my commit name is change color to red. I can understand that something will change its color to red in the context of this pull request. So for example, if this would be just red or if this would be just task 6 or something like that, it's hard for me to understand what's going to happen in this commit. So it's really important to keep commit history readable and understandable what's going on. This is thing number one, and it's discussed in more details and with more examples in that article that I have sent you. And the second thing is please prefix commit names with the task number. Currently, I don't have this because I don't have tasks, but remember what we discussed a couple of lessons ago, commit name should start with the task number. So example, my task is FAT1. I say FAT1, 2 dots, change color to red. Okay. The same goes for pull request. So it should be, for example, in this example, it should be called not just change color to red, but depending on what is the ticket number in Jira, it should be called like this. And the same goes for the prefixes to commit. Like this should be always the commit name, and then after this, you write what actually happened in the commit. This applies only to pull request names and also to commit names. You don't have to name the repos, for example, FAT1, my first app. No, you just name the repo the way I said to call it, for example, company app or cat sanctuary and so on, without the ticket name. Okay, any questions about this? All right, so another thing is I'm leaving a lot of comments on your pull request, and then when you fix them, it's sometimes hard for me to understand whether you have addressed something or not. So you have a couple of options. If you have read my comment, you understand it and you have fixed it, you can put this reaction like this. That means that I have done this, and you can check that I have done this correctly. Okay. This is for me to understand that I can check this, because otherwise I have like 10 comments and you have one commit, and do I need to understand? Do I need to comment this again? Did you miss this comment or not? So this is for me to understand for better communication. Or you can also write a reply saying that I don't understand, or I understand, or I did this differently, or whatever. Basically, just need some kind of feedback to know that you have implemented it. And then I can like resolve conversation, meaning that we are agreeing on this. Okay. Yes, another thing is when we start a project, we always start with this little counter app, which we delete, right? So let's agree that we commit this to GitHub initially, like just to main branch, and only after that we create pull request, because otherwise, if you commit the whole application, I have to see like all of the 5K lines of the app, which can be a bit hard to comprehend, and it's easier to mix or to miss meaningful stuff because of a lot of lines. I will also write this down so that you will remember this. Just remind you in chat, so don't worry, just something for you to understand. Okay. All good so far? Okay, great. I think I wanted to say something else, but I don't remember. So if I remember, I will tell you. For now, let's continue with Dart. With that, you can open your Learning Dart homework repositories on your computer. Remember the homework where we did? So you can open it now. On your computers, where do you have your homework? To było same pierwsze, gdzie Learning Dart było. Learning Dart homework. You all have it, because I have seen that you all have it. Basically, where did you do your Dart homework? Because for me, it's just Learning Dart. For you, it was Learning Dart homework. And just open it in Android Studio, because we will be learning some Dart concepts. Everyone understands what needs to be done? Открыть Android Studio, где у тебя Learning Dart homework в репозитории. Самый первый проект, который ты сказал. Да, да. Dart, там был только Dart. Он называется Learning Dart Homework. Yeah, but we contacted and he did the homework, so it's okay. And I know he did it. If you didn't, I wouldn't ask. So that's why I'm asking. No problem. Okay, you can open it. Yeah. And just create. If you don't have it, okay, just create it anywhere where you have your homework. But in your class folder, create a new file like task or like lesson 6 task 1. Basically, you can call it whatever you want. I just need you to create a new Dart file in which we will be doing some exercises. I have a question. Everything saved into the green folder. I had the 2 folders, like a green folder. Yes. Is it a problem if they saved everything in green folder? For now, it's not a problem. We're not writing that program, so it's okay wherever you saved it. What is the difference between green and because a lib in this case is for a library, so you have like a big library with code, and in bin you actually write what you need to use. For example, your main entry point and so on. So that means I don't think right. There's no correct and incorrect in our case, because we are not writing a library. We're just writing some code for exercises, so it really doesn't matter. As long as you have a main function, it doesn't matter where it's stored for now. How to name you go? You can call it whatever you want. You can call it lesson 6. Okay, we will just write as usual our main function. And I want to learn 3 new concepts today. One is factory constructors. Another one is functions as parameters. And another one is features. They are all more advanced. So just keep in mind that you haven't done this before. That's okay. We have used some of those things, so maybe some things that we have used in Flutter will become more clear. So for now, you can just watch enum flavor. So let's say I have an enum with called flavor with 4 values: sweet, sour, salty, and bitter. And I have a class food, which has 2 fields: final string name and flavor. Okay. And if I would want to create this constructor for this food as usual, I would do something like this, right? We have done this several times. This is like your regular data class, your Disney movie, your cats, and so on. We have a data class. It has 2 final fields, a name and a flavor, and a regular constructor where we pass those fields as required. Okay.
What this means? It's like a self and sweep.
Like what?
Self sweep.
Yes, exactly.
Actually, I understand what it's interesting to know. Like
okay.
Sometimes I'm using, sometimes not like this. It's working, not like.
Okay, so I'll try to explain. Here we have a class called food. Watch there. Okay, we have class called food.
Yes.
And it has 2 fields inside of this class, specifically name and flavor. They belong to this class because they're inside this class. And what in this case this syntax says is that please, when you fill in this parameter, when the parameter that is passed to the constructor with the name, it should be assigned to this field name in this class. For example, I can't do something like this surname. This won't compile because there is no surname field in this class.
Okay, what's the first if, for example, we just remove this?
It won't know.
Syntax.
Yeah, it won't know what. Like for example, I can do required string name because this way I need to pass parameter, the type. But it doesn't know that I need to fill in those fields. I just pass parameters with those names, and it's screaming at me because I have final fields, and they're not initialized. Because this way they are just parameters, and I can call them anyway. Name, other, for example, flavor, other, and I can call them whatever I want because they're not related in any way to these parameters. But in this case, this is a shorthand for us to just fill in those parameters instead of doing this manually. Like, for example, in here. No, I never remember the syntax for the constructors, but basically, would this be just string name? Flavor. If the syntax would be correct, which I don't remember, we could do something like this. This name equals name and this flavor equals flavor. Yes, this would be the same, but I could give, for example, other names to these parameters, name other, flavor other. It's actually this is what it's screaming at me. Okay, so const constructors can't have body. That's the first thing. Yeah, and also.
So this means like we're assigning some value to especially this properties.
Yes.
So it's probably to understand like why we cannot just pass just with this syntax.
Can you please repeat?
I still don't understand why we cannot assign value like to property, just writing it down like required, for example, like.
Because we are just passing. Look here. Pay attention. What is the name of this parameter?
Name other.
Yes. What is the name of this parameter?
Name.
Yes, and I can do this. I can call this any parameter that I want. They don't have to have any like relationship to this field. I can call it this, but this is still its own field.
It's still like,
Yes. This is just a shorthand. I would say specifically the field of this class. I can't say this name other because there is no name other field in this class.
like if we write required string name or name other, it will be completely different
Yeah.
variable.
Yes.
If we compare with like parameter in the
Yes. This way it has no relation to those parameters. It can be anything. For example, it can be an integer, and I could then try like make this name other to string and stuff like that. I don't have any rules what I have to pass in this constructor. I can pass anything, but I do need to assign them at some point. Well, in this case, not because they're nullable, but in general, yes. But if I want to make a shorthand that every time I create this constructor, they are assigned to the fields in this class, I can do this. Getting any more clear or need some more
Well,
iteration?
I think I need more practice, like if you
Mhm.
face with this syntax to reference type.
Yes.
At the moment, it's kind of clear, but why Android Studio didn't see that name variable?
It has nothing to do with Android Studio. This is Dart syntax. We can write Dart code in VS Code. We can write Dart code in Notepad. We can write Dart code anywhere. This is the syntax of Dart. So if you want something to be accessed specifically in this class, you have to prefix it with this. Because okay, you can look, okay, look, you can have string name, okay, and you will say why does not Android Studio understand this and assign it to this? What if we don't want to assign it to this? What if we want to do something like if name contains, I don't know, like digits, for example, then we will have a final sanitized name. Replace all one with just like spaces, and then we can say this name can be sanitized. Okay, not like here, but in here. So we can control how we assign this field. But in case we don't want to do anything extra, we can just say, okay, just say that this will be it. Okay.
It's because it's curly bracket.
No, the curly brackets have nothing to do with this. If we want, this is a rule in Dart. If we want to change the fields of this specific class, we need to say this. Otherwise, they are not related to this class. This is just a rule that you need to remember.
It's connected to.
Yes, this refers to this class. It's just like this keyword means fields of this class.
So in case when we are writing like say if name is one.
Yes.
That's
this one.
Or this one.
Yes.
But if we write this
yes.
this will relate it to
yes, this one. Yes, yes, exactly.
Okay.
This is for times when you have like the same named parameters, but constructors have a shorthand syntax to avoid all of this stuff and just assign it straight in the constructor. So whatever you pass in the constructor of food will be now the values of these two fields. So, and if we make them final, it means that they're set once in the constructor and can't be ever changed, which is usually good because it makes your code more safer because it can't be changed in unexpected times. You need to explicitly like write some changing methods in order to change it.
Okay, let's move forward.
Okay. Okay, we will learn also. You will practice like write a couple of constructors, write what they mean and like the parameters that they have and print them out to see the difference. So let's take a look. So the way we create food now is the same way we would create any other data class, right? We have called the constructor, this constructor. We have passed the name parameter. We have passed the flavor parameter, right? And we have our food object. First thing is if we print it, do you know what will be printed? Just the whole food parameter. Okay, any other ideas? Will we see any words related to like pear or sweet? Нет, okay, давайте. Oops, Stop. Debug prognosis. Okay, so we see instance of food, right? And this is because every Dart object by default has a method called toString. And by default, it just prints what is the class of this object. But if we want to have more meaningful information and we want to print actual information of this class, we can firstly override a special method. It's really simple. It's called override string to string. And in here, we can do like print any information we want, any way how we want to represent this object. For example, I want to print that its name is name and flavor is flavor, also name, for example, is field. Okay. And now, what will happen if I run this? I'll make it a bit bigger. So we have this toString method.
That's the returns that input values.
Okay, cool. Let's try and run. Yep, and here we have food name pear, flavor sweet. For now, we have to do this manually, but next week we will learn also a trick, kind of a trick, let's call it that, how to make it by default for data objects. But for now, if you want to print an object at home, you can either like print all of its properties, but if you have a lot of properties, that would be like too much work. But you can always override the toString method, and then by default, it will always be printing what you described in this toString method. Okay. Is this clear so far? With toString. It means that, yes, a good question. This means that some superclass of this class has this method. And what we want to do is for this, not for this method to be called, but for the method that we override. Because in Dart, every single object, integer, string, every object that we declare, even if we don't explicitly say, it still extends from object. So it is done by default. We could do it like this, and it would be exactly the same thing. Class food extends objects. But the way Dart is made, we don't need to do this. It is always by default. And what object class has, it has a couple of things, and it has the toString method. And this is the string method that is being called by default, and hence we see the instance of food printed. But if we are not content with this, we can override and saying that I want to override this behavior in my class. This is like a fundamental concept of object-oriented programming, inheritance, and polymorphism. So this is something that we can do. We can have a parent class. We can inherit some of its behavior, but in case we want to change this behavior in our children class, we override it. Override. Переопределить, да. Если бы это был override, то это было бы переписать. Вот. На самом деле звучит похоже, да, но ты можешь запоминать, как переписать. Это реально значит то же самое. Переопределить, переехать. Короче, сделать что-то такое, чтобы оно изменилось на то, что происходит в этом классе, а не в родительском классе. Fun thing, fun fact, I'll probably just confuse you more with this explanation, but in Dart, we don't even have to use this word. It will still override it by default. Just because we don't have to. I mean, Dart understands it by default that this is overriding, but for understanding of the developers, it's better to use this annotation. This is annotation which is used just for the developers. This is not the same as in Java, because in Java you have to use this if you're overriding in Dart. Actually not. So yeah, but yeah, we always use it. Just forget, I just said it, this is a fun fact, but you remember that you need to use overrides. Yeah, kind of yes. But
so we don't have any functional, we notice there's some
yes,
override.
in this case, yes, specifically with this parameter, yes. It also can be used, so annotations, like whenever we use something with this @ sign, this is called an annotation. In general, they can also be used by other tools like Dart tools to analyze the code. And based on this annotation, if something is going on in your code that this annotation prohibits, it can give you a lint like warning in Dart analysis saying that, oh, based on this annotation, you shouldn't do this and that, but you're doing this and that, so please remove it. So it can be useful in terms of hinting you on what you should do and what you should not do. But
for example, we are creating classes, for example, our projects and write overrides also.
depends. You can't use, okay, so if you try to, for example, write this annotation on a method that does not exist in the superclass. So let's say I have void test method that does nothing, and I give it an annotation of override. It will highlight this little method in yellow, telling me the method doesn't override an inherited method. So this annotation has a way of checking if it's actually making a useful override. So because in this case, this override won't do anything. This method doesn't exist in the superclass, in the object
So
class.
for example, in projects and with override syntax, we're just showing that we're changing, for example.
Yes, not UI, but we are changing the behavior of the parent class. Yes. So, for example, in parent class, object by default prints like this into string instance of just runtime type like this, and we will see instance of food. But if we don't want to see this, and this happens technically a bit different, but let's just imagine that this happens in the object class. We don't like it. We want to do something different. We can say override and use this instance of this class, not of the parent class. And then we can do our own behavior in here. For example, describe the field specifically.
Override changing child class.
Only child class. And everything happens inside this class.
Okay.
We can't change the parent. Okay, so far everyone else all good? Okay, so let's take a look at also a new concept called factory constructors. And let's say that I don't want to specify flavor all of the time, and I want to explicitly say that I want sweet food and I want to pass just the parameter name. What we can do is we can use a special type of constructor called factory. And how it works is we specify class name as usual, dot, and then any name that we want, and any list of parameters. And what we do is in the body of this constructor, we already construct what we want ourselves. So the same way, name is a variable that we pass into the constructor, but we predefine the flavor for the user. See, we don't have flavor in here like this, like we did in the base constructor. We don't have that. We can, but we don't. And we predefine this for the user. So this way, instead of creating a pair like this, we can say final. Okay, let's call this pair name. We can say apple equals food dot sweet and just pass apple as the name without specifying flavor and also without specifying name as a parameter and so on. And then I can print it. And if I run it, I see the same thing, food name pair, and then food name apple and flavor sweet. So factory constructors is a way for us to predefine some behavior and expose only the behavior that we want to be changed. For example, we have used many of them in Flutter. So does anyone remember something like this?
Sure.
So this is the same thing. When we do some padding and we want to use edge insets, we can use all kind of parameters. So we can use the constructor all and pass just one number. And under the hood, this all constructor will set left, right, top, and bottom to 8. We can use symmetric, and we can say horizontal. And this constructor will say, okay, left and right will be 8, but top and bottom will be 0. And
I have a question.
yes,
Like ListView.builder, I guess is something similar.
yes, exactly. It's exactly the same.
Yeah, and there is also ListView, like
Yes,
constructor.
Yes.
It's just that
yes, exactly.
it somehow differs which to use.
Yes, because they differ in a way that in ListView children, we have to pass explicitly children.
Yeah.
For example, 10 views, and that's it. But builder allows us to abstract away and apply this builder function for every child of the list view. In the item builder, we describe how to build an item. And remember that we access some item by index in some kind of list that we predefined earlier, like cats or numbers and so on. So this is a way for us to build a list of homogeneous items based on actual Dart lists.
Yeah, but then we can also maybe the children's use like move and
Yes,
run away from maps or whatever.
we can. This will be bad for performance.
Ah.
Because what ListView.builder does, it's a smart constructor. Under the hood, what's going on is, for example, we can have a million of items in the list, right? Potential. And screen is really limited in height. There is no need for us to actually calculate how much space will be used for a million of items if we don't even scroll to this. And how builder constructor works, it works lazily. So you scroll and only like with some ahead, like for example, for 2 screens, renders items for 2 screens so that while you scroll, it loads more. And this is much more performant because if you have a list of million items and you scroll 100, there's no need to load other ones. But if you use just children and a map or a list inside, iterating and creating children, you will load them all eagerly, all of the million items.
Okay.
So yeah, we will also see how we can encounter the same problem with ListView.builder, but a bit later. Yeah, ListView.builder is another example of using a named constructor like this. Okay, any more questions about named constructors? Then I want you to write the same code and create a constructor called sour and salty and bitter. Create 3 more constructors that will fill in this flavor, but different flavor like sweet, salty, and bitter based on the animal. You can see, can you see the full code like this or okay, I'll just copy this to the chat, but I beg you not to just copy paste it. Please write this out. You can copy paste this information, but constructors, the factory constructors, please type them out. We need the actual finger memory, okay? Just sharing screen for 1 second. So that there is no, where is my Slack? There is no private information. Here, I pasted this in our Slack class. So class work, add salty. And of course, write please a plus sign in the chat when you're ready. Я на всякий случай в чате написала, нам нужно добавить, вот как мы сделали suite конструктор, нам нужно добавить такой же для остальных. Sour, bitter, salt, который есть в этом.
Да, это есть смысл.
Это буквально просто как фабрика, и мы описываем фабрику, как компоновать, например, по нескольким параметрам только. Именно это помогает еще тем, что он дает нам название конструктору, то есть не просто food, а мы можем говорить food suite, и это уже предполагает, что мы создаем что-то сладкое. То есть он дает больше информации создателю о том, что будет происходить. С паддингами, мне кажется, очень хороший пример, потому что есть конструктор с названием all, и ты, наверное, подразумеваешь, что если ты подаешь какой-то параметр в конструктор all, то он будет аплайиться на все стороны. Если, например, симметрик, то только на симметричные стороны. Если only, и ты говоришь только левый, то будет только левый.
В данном случае можно переписать это из списка.
Это и есть enum. Тут как бы другого названия есть. Enum это... Ой, другого названия нет, это и есть enum. Это такой легковесный способ описать какой-то набор типов, который ограничен по логике. Например, сезон. У нас всегда 4 сезона, да, у нас нет больше сезонов. Ты можешь дать enum season, там зима, лето, осень и так далее, и везде, где тебе нужен сезон, ты можешь использовать этот enum, и у тебя всегда будет только 4 варианта. Потому что если, например, используешь сезон как строку, то можешь написать winter с большой буквы, можешь написать с маленькой буквы, можешь сделать ошибку условий. То есть у тебя намного больше опций, которых нужно хендлить, нежели с enum. То есть enum помогает вот ограничить обработку количества.
В данном случае, допустим, у нас есть enum, и в данном случае получается тип свита нужно, то есть мы сами определяем, правильно? Это, ну, когда просто объявляется ну, там какие-то параметры, свит, соус, salt, bitter.
Смотри, у него есть название flavor. И то есть мы можем создать вот как тут flavor sweet.
Да, да.
То есть и у нас есть только 4 опции. Мы не можем сказать flavor order, да, например. Такого не существует. Если мы не можем его использовать. Он нас ограничивает все опции, которые мы можем использовать.
Ну, это, допустим, мы говорим flavor sweet, но к этому этой переменной можно присвоить все что угодно. И integer, и какой string, правильно?
Не совсем. То есть вот мы описываем, и он сам по себе становится типом. То есть он не integer, не double, не boolean, ничего. Он enum типа flavor. Вот как если бы у тебя был класс flavor,
Да.
также у тебя enum. Только у него нету кучи полей, как у класса. Он более легковесный. У него есть только один параметр. Он может быть только одной из этих опций. То есть если тебе нужна только одна опция, и тебе не нужно ее присваивать, менять и так далее, то это enum. У enum есть вспомогательные поля, два, индекс и name. То есть индекс это integer, а name это строка, но это только если нам нужно с этим что-то делать. А так мы можем использовать просто название и делать с ним то, что угодно. Например, мы можем сделать switch какой-нибудь. Давай мы сделаем flavor. Просто давай вот так его назовем. Сделать switch, подать этот flavor как параметр. Flavor, case, flavor. Он не так пишется. Я уже не помню никакой синтекс из таких простых конструкций, потому что я их в жизни не использую. Окей, давай мы сделаем. Он на меня кричит, потому что? Switch. Flavor. The type flavor is not exhaustively matched by the switch case, since it doesn't match flavor switch. Да, это называется exhaustive switch, и он нам помогает еще вот что если мы хотим сделать итерацию по всем типам, он нас заставит их сделать именно по всем. И если мы какой-то не захендлим, то он не будет компилироваться. Case flavor sour, бла-бла-бла. И в таком случае, вот, мы все 4 захендлили, можем сделать все, что угодно. Мы здесь можем добавить кучу, не просто print, а добавить какую-то кучу логики. Например, создать там десерт, записать это в сладкое потребление там, и так далее. Ну, в реальных приложениях. Если мы берем хоть один кейс, он мне скажет, так, ты мне сказал, что ты хочешь проитерировать по всем этим флейворам, но ты не захендлил, поэтому, пожалуйста, захендли. Если у нас таких опций очень-очень много, и нам нужно захендлить только каких-то, например, 3 опции, а для остального сделать это дефолтное, мы можем сделать не кейс, а специальную штучку default, написать print unknown flavor какой-нибудь. Для таких вещей enum тоже очень хорош.
Хорошо. Следующий вопрос. А что мы делаем, допустим, если даем структуру функций, и у нас есть входящий параметр string?
Ну, смотри, сам конструктор. Что мы делаем с этим string name?
Мы записываем его name.
Вот, это становится нашим вот этим name. А flavor мы сами переопределяем. Мы не используем как параметр. Это мы так решили. Это мы так решили, что мы хотим делать такой конструктор, чтобы людям не надо, разработчикам не нужно было печатать явно, что flavor будет flavor sweet, а просто он знает точно, что это sweet, и я хочу ему дать только название. Конструктор я написал. Давайте быстренько. If you are done with those factory constructors, you can have a small challenge and create a factory constructor that will take no parameters, but will give the name of the food the name of the enum. So for example, if I say factory food sweet, 0 parameters, the name will become just sweet and the flavor will also be sweet. But name should be not hard-coded, but taken from the enum. I'll also write it down. Create a factory constructor that accepts no parameters as its name field. It sets the name of the flavor. Remember how I said that the enums have 2 fields, index and the name? So if I do something like flavor sweet, I can also say dot, use name or index. Что тебе не подсвечивается? Я вижу, что наверху написано дат, вот, и так найдем. И не сколько видишь? Сколько? Тогда класс food, а если его конструктор и так далее,
А с void main что мы делаем?
void main — это функция, в которой ты все тестируешь. То есть, если ты написал свой конструктор, и ты хочешь его протестировать, ты создаешь инстанс такого объекта с своим конструктором и выводишь его в консоль через print. Да? How are you doing? You done with the second task? Mm-hmm. Yep.
Чем отличается?
Смотри. Okay, continue. Да. Почти близко, только смотри. Во-первых, и несколько видео, и потом дочь. То есть все равно нам тоже. И все хорошо, у каждого фейвора, у каждого анума, у его значения есть функциональность. То есть это что он точно написал. Что у тебя это он является. Вот, помогает, но еще важное правило, also really important, that the name of the factory constructor should be the same as the class name. So if your class is called food, then the constructor should also be called food, like the actual word before the name. Our detailed draft.
Yeah.
А? Скажи. Okay. Now, let's move on and do something even more fun. So what if we want to add a function that is called eat to our class food, but we want also this function to be defined by the creator of this class. So not inside this class, we could do something like void eat and do our stuff in here. but we want to define this behavior based on the developer. This might be a bit hard now to understand in theory, but in Dart, functions are first-class citizens, and we can pass them around just like objects. A function is also an object, so we can pass them around as parameters and so on. So, for example, we can do something like this. Final, let's say, print hello. And this will be a variable, but we just define some behavior for it. So if we do now, for example, in here, print hello, we can see like that it has all kind of parameters just as a regular object, but it also has a parameter called call, which will call this function of this parameter. So if we look here, it says hello. Okay, might be a bit complicated right now. Let's try again. So we can also do it like an empty function and define it like this. And this will be an object of type, okay, we can do it like this. This can be an object of type function with the name empty function. And this is the value. What we can also do is, okay, no, let's not. Let's do this a bit later. Let's say we want a function called eat food, and we could do something like this. So let's take a look at it again. It's final, its type is function, the name is eat, and anonymously we describe parameters that we want to pass. For example, food. These acts just like regular parameters in function and constructor and so on. The braces in which we pass parameters can also be named. And then we give it a body. And in the body, we can do anything that we want. We can also have functions as parameters in class. For example, in food, I want final void. So return type will be void. This might be a bit complex now in terms of syntax, but bear with me. The type is void. The class is function. And it also has parameter amount, which is an integer, and it's called eat. And the thing is, this is just a regular parameter of the class. So we now have three. We have name, flavor, and also have eat. And because it's final, food is also screaming at me that all final variables must be initialized, but eat isn't. And we need to add an initializer to this field. So what we can do is also just pass this here as usual, just a regular parameter. We will see how to fill this in, and you will also hopefully remember where this happened in Flutter. So since we added a new parameter to our constructor, which is required in all of our factory constructors, we also need to define this parameter. So for example, in here, besides string name, I can also pass void function int amount, which is called eat. And here in the constructor, pass it. So in here, I define only the n and the flavor, but I still want the eat function to be passed to the parameter. And if I now go back to my code in here, for example, in final pair, I'll comment the apple for now. There are several things I can do. First thing, I can do something like final eat pair false, like this. So it's like anonymous function of type void with one parameter, int amount, and then we do whatever we want in the body and with this parameter. And we define this into a variable like this. It's called eat pair. And I can then just pass it like this. It should be confusing in theory. We will work with this more in practice and you will get accustomed to it. So it will make more sense. For now, I just need to show you that this exists. So we pass this function to our pair. And what I can do now is do something like pair eat and say pass 3. So what do you think should be printed in the console when we just run this main function?
Yes.
Okay, let's try. And we see eating 3 pairs. What we can also do is not just define this as a function, but call it in place. For example, we need to always follow the signature of this function, eating new, just a new. What will happen now? Okay, will we be eating new pairs or just pairs? Okay, let's run it. And we are eating 8 new pairs. Does anyone remember where we have used something similar in Flutter? No? Remember when we define our ListView.builder and we say itemBuilder, context, index, and then inside of this, we say like return some widgets. This is basically the same thing. This is the same thing that happens. It looks like confusing syntax at first. That's why it's okay to struggle with it. But in reality, what this is it says that builder accepts a parameter, which is a function with 2 parameters, context and index, and it wants widget as a return type. We could also, for example, in case of ListView, this won't compile because this is Dart, not Flutter, but if we have like widget, build my widget, and pass 2 parameters, build context, int index, then return some widget here. In builder, in ListView, we can do just like that. Build my widget. Oh, not even like that, just like that, because the signatures match, and signature consists of 2 things. First is return type. What should be returned by the function? So in case of a ListView.builder, the return type is widget, and parameters that are passed to this function. In our case, this is build context and int index in the ListView.builder. So we could technically do something like this too. This is perfectly fine and valid. And we will be paying now more attention to the ListView.builder so that we reiterate this. But the takeaway from here is that functions can be passed as parameters in Dart. And I know that it's confusing. So let's do a little bit of practice. And the way I have written function eat, you need to write a function called buy. And it should have 2 parameters, amount and shop. Okay, I'll write it in the chat. A function. Okay, add parameter buy to food plus its type is void function. Int amount string shop name, and pass this function to the constructor. I will send you my example. And of course, write the full sign in chat when you're done.
We have to change every constructor.
Yes, if you pass something to the base constructor as a required parameter, then you also need to pass it everywhere where you call the base constructor. So in each factory constructor in the body, we call the base constructor. Instead of this is just a decision made by Dart. There's no actual like technical reasoning behind it. You can, if they would want to, they could also make integer with big letter as the class name, but they decided probably to simulate in some kind of way the primitives that people are used to in other languages. But in reality, it's actually more confusing because in reality, it's more like integer in Java than just int. So it's just a class. Just the name of the class. There's no difference between string and int in terms of their behavior. How are you doing? It help? Yes, no? All good so far? Need help? Okay. Ага. Смотри, ты передал вот прям сразу значение параметров функции. А тебе нужно в конструкторе только описать, как эта функция будет себя вести с этими параметрами. Да. То есть тут даже не можешь передавать значение параметров, тут ты только должен описать, как работать с функцией. Следовательно, первое, что нам нужно, это не значение параметров, а их название. Как они у тебя тут называются? Твои функции by. Да. И они передаются вот. И теперь делай что-нибудь с ними. Вот. И то есть тут ты описываешь именно, как себя будет эта функция вести, когда ее вызовут. Это не вызов самой функции, а описание, как она себя будет вести. С теми вот параметрами, которые тебе передали. Функция делает сами. Видишь, что это какой-то еды, описание переменных с вами. Теперь как дела? Люди, выше, скажи. Только by должен быть еще один параметр. Да, но у нас в описании задачи я сказала, что должен быть int amount и string short name. Так что, ну, это нужно везде, где ты сюда в конструкторе, потом везде, где ты передаешь. Нет, стой. Ну, ладно, начни с самого начала, где у тебя эта функция вообще объявляется как параметр. То есть в конструкторе класса. Где ты функцию строишь by? Нет, вот именно объявляешь ее как параметр. Да, и вот тут. Да, и вот тут поменяем описание. Int amount. Нет, int amount окей. У нас должно быть два параметра. Int amount. Да, и string short name. Okay. Сейчас, секундочку. Они всегда будут совпадать с тем, ну, в смысле, они всегда присутствуют все типы. Да, это важно. То есть у тебя main может быть один. Лучше?
Ну, сейчас как сюда
Факторе передай точно так же в сам конструктор, то есть функцию. Ты сейчас пытаешься передать именно amount и short name, а тебе нужно передать функцию, которая принимает в себя параметры amount и short name. Точно так же. дал название, и теперь ты можешь ее подписать. Чтобы ее именно как переменную. Можно добавить. Убери будет. Потому что...
я правильно слышу.
Стоп. Нет. Да, все правильно. Потому правильно. Что называется? Что? Он говорит аккуратненько. Да. Да, после самого класса suite у тебя конструкторы, он должен открываться и закрываться. Он открывается.
Да.
Ваня, наверное, выкинуть в принципе.
Хочу написать, допустим, by type suite Apple CD.
Нет, ты дал описание, что это тут была правильная. Окей. Как ты видела? Хорошо. Да, супер. Okay. Then let's move on. Everyone got this. With practice, it will become automatic. And one more thing that you can do. Six class. Okay. Instead of writing like this void function eat every time, especially like if we have a lot of constructors like this might be like inconvenient to write all of the time. There is a special another thing in Dart called typedef, which is same thing as I believe type alias in Kotlin. So what it does is we can give a special name to something that will be reusable. Okay, words don't have meaning here. So let's take a look. The keyword is typedef, like this, it's a keyword. Then we need to give some name, for example, eat callback. This will be the name that will be used as the class. And then we can just like give it equals and describe anything that we want. So we want this type of function, right? We want it to be void and to accept one int parameter. So this is what we do. We just pass this in here. So now, basically how to read it is for the compiler and for the developer. Whenever you encounter this word, eat callback, assume it as this. Assume it as a function with void return type and int amount as parameter. So now, what we can do is everywhere where we used this void function eat amount without eat just the name, and we're talking explicitly about the type. We can do it like this. Then in our suite constructor, we can do it like this. And that's it. We don't need to write all of this void function int amount all of the time. And in here, it doesn't matter because we actually do the implementation, not the name. So I can change this for us here. But why this is also important is you will see a lot of this in Flutter. Specifically, you will be using, not writing, but using something called void callback. And this is just a function that doesn't return anything and doesn't accept any parameters, but does something. We will see this later on in Flutter, but it's something for you just to keep in mind for now. So typedef is a way for us to tell the compiler and the developers that whatever we write on the left side will be equal to something on the right side. Okay. Now what I want you to do is to write a typedef called by callback, and it should have all of the same type as your function by, and replace it where you were using the function. I'll write this in chat.
So is it possible to like work on like classes?
I think so. I think with Dart 3 introduced even a new concept, not present, I believe, in Java, and but present in JavaScript or not. Patterns and records, and with typedef, basically you can describe anything that you want. One person. That name. One callback. Yes, or wrote the task chat. Oh, sure, sorry.
Should be fine.
No, it should be outside of class so that we can use it from any place. So, well, this, you wanted something, like you were asking about something like this. So for example, typedef other food equals food, and so that I can use other food in all of the places where food is used? Or was it something different?
No, not really. I'm asking if this can
Yes,
be, I don't know, but explain, maybe this will be class.
yes.
It's like, it will be.
No, typedef is just a name, like it's just an alias which you can use for description of other things, like
It could, I guess,
maybe I don't understand
I guess I also didn't understand my question. So
Are you sure?
yeah,
Okay.
it makes sense.
Okay, okay.
It's funny.
Okay.
But this also makes sense.
This can be confusing, but one case that I can think of it might be useful if you have, for example, fruit in different libraries and you want some way to distinguish them better, you could create a typedef for one of them, but
Because well, in TypeScript, it's like you can define like also type. Let's say type. Yeah, it's called type. It also interfaces, and it's kind of similar thing.
I think I haven't worked a lot with patterns yet because they were just released in May. String name. I believe you can do something like this. For example, okay, now let's say string name and string last name. Say person like this, and then you can create like final person. You won't be able to do it like not like this, but you can do it final person, I believe, something like that. Like this. And technically it's not a class, it's just like those two fields. But yeah, but then you can, I think you can also, if I remember correctly, do something for name, last name equals person, like this. Like you can push it back into variables, which you can't do with the regular class. Okay, so let's quickly iterate what we did here. We have created a typedef that every time that we say something a person is a person, it consists of two parameters of string name and string last name. We can then say that this type will be person. We can't use it like this because it's not a class, there's no constructor. But because the signature of this is two strings, we can pass something with two strings and it matches the description here, right? So that's why it can be a person. Because if I do something like age, for example, it will scream at me because the value of type string in can be assigned to a variable of type string. And then I can do, this is like, I don't remember what's the terminology called, but because person is of type person, yeah, destructuring, exactly. I can put destructors into several fields. So if I have like one more in person, like here, in this page, I can do something like this also, and now I can do this. So this is more advanced Dart concept. If you haven't worked with this, don't even worry about this right now, because this has been added just in Dart 3, like really, really recently, 1 month ago. This whole thing has been added. It's called the records and patterns. So patterns is like this pattern, like string, int, and so on. Yeah, that's something that you can do.
Thanks.
Actually, thank you. I finally tried to write something with record and patterns in real time because I haven't yet had the time to fully investigate how this works. I mean, I understand it logically, but with syntax and stuff, still some time. Okay, everyone else with your callbacks, with your typedefs, all good? Need help?
No, no, no.
Okay.
Good night.
Так, my callback должен совпадать у тебя, во-первых, с этой функцией. Так что давай мы допишем, что у нас тут еще. Это во-первых. Во-вторых, мы хотим теперь везде, где мы используем вот такой вот длинный текст, использовать by callback, потому что они равны. Поэтому найди, где ты это используешь. Первое место нет, найди самое первое место. Вот это вот. Да. Давай это все уберем. Вообще. Ну, final оставим. И by мы оставим. А все, что между, все, что совпадает, и все. Да? Хоть function тоже там совпадает, все там написано. Вот так вот, да. Нет, стоп, нам только название. Только название. Теперь у нас есть еще одно место, где мы называем. Да. By надо ставить, что by это название, а у нас только тип. И нам нужно дать тип какой? Нет, подожди, тип вот это как называется? Теперь тут ничего не ты можешь вообще убрать, потому что это только для описания. Ты точно так же вызываешь by функцию, и у тебя должно все работать, как и работало до этого. Вот так же работает? Супер. Окей. Никита, у тебя все хорошо? Все, работает. By callback, окей. Работает? Ага. Смотри, конструкторы, которые называются. Вот везде, где тебе SAO, SALS и так далее, видишь, где ты входишь в какие-то rounds, а мы можем называть by callback. Что
то есть, получается, мы будем с тобой функцию писать просто by callback.
Да, вместо вот всего все. Сейчас добавить это название. Смотри, вот, знаешь, что делать? Копируй мне все, что у тебя после by callback равно. Я даже покажу это, потому что визуально будет понятнее. Сейчас. Много. Сейчас, на секунду. Okay, now let's take a look. We have said once again that we define a type that will be called eCallback, and it will equal to the very, very same thing. That is this signature, right? So what we can do now is I select it. I press Ctrl+C or Command+C. Basically, I copy it. Now, in this class, remember how we search in Android Studio? In one file, how do we search? What? Yes, Command F. And I can paste this. And I can see, okay, I have this here, and I have this here, right? So now, in all of those places where I have this, I can change it. Boom, it callback, and boom, it callback. So this is literally saying that this whole thing, this whole text, will be the same as this small text. Okay, did you understand this? Тут? Понятно? Да. Okay, so I'm just saying these are quite advanced concepts, which are, for example, in this case, specific just to Dart, because what we learned before that with constructors, with variables and so on, this is common in many object-oriented languages. The things that we are talking about here are, I mean, some of them are also available in other languages, but they are more specific to Dart, and they're also more advanced than what we did before. But this will help you with your Flutter world and how to understand Flutter code, because we have used both name constructors a lot with the edge insets, with the list views, and with the images actually also. Remember, we said image network and we passed just a URL. This is the same thing as the factory constructor in here. Typedefs, we will see them a lot. We will use them a lot also soon, very soon. Okay, one last thing that I want to show you. Also advanced concept, but really, really important. And we will be working with this today. I'll create a new file. All right, maybe let's have like a 5-minute break, okay? Just to take a breath, and then we will learn about this new concept, okay?
Extra. The beginning of this lesson, you said don't make it was just gonna keep it, and then
It's okay.
so I did it, so
Yeah, it's okay if everything that I said today will apply to everything that you do.
Just check.
Yeah. Also, I have a bit of a busy day today, so I will create some homework today, which we can do, and there will be a couple of more tasks tomorrow in Jira. Okay, in the morning I will. Yes. I mean, I will add some tasks today, but also probably add some. If I don't have enough minutes, I'll have also add them tomorrow. I'm sure you all have enough to catch up with, because I'll also review your code also during the weekend. So yeah, you'll still have enough to do. This time I also think I will add some theory questions just to reiterate some of the concepts that we learned this week, because we learned a lot.
Theory fun so much.
Yes,
It's quite annoying to search it.
but
later.
it makes you still understand more and
Yeah,
think more
sure.
about the concept. So yeah.
Just not prepare it's really like in the last.
Yes, I understand that, but sometimes.
I have one question about feed.
Yes.
Well, I did the second page, the filters.
Yes.
Try to do the same with heights and but it looked different as figures.
Что именно?
I think, yeah, and also the small widgets. That's
Things that you need to understand in this case is that this is one screen, but you will have also different screens with different one. And in this case, you need to follow the height. The height will be the same, but the width will always expand depending on the height. So that's right. Same way here. There's height, but those three items should expand their width.
so basically we do not explicitly define for the image.
In this case, yes, it takes some like logical understanding how your UI will look like, so it's not set in stone. Okay, in this case, width should not be set. If it's like if it's 80 pixels, for example, on your device, right, and if here in this case, it needs to build width, height is this.
Okay. No.
So now let's learn one more interesting concept called futures. Probably if you have experience with JavaScript, there's a similar concept, I believe, as far as I know. It's called promises. This is a way to do work asynchronous. And I'll explain that. So for example, we have an application and it makes, okay, we want to print something. When we print something, it prints instantly to the console, right? Because it's just one small function that says print. But what if we have some higher level work, for example, network call, which can happen like for a lot of time. We don't know because network is unpredictable, depends on a lot of conditions and so on. So it can happen in 1 second, can happen in 30 seconds. It can also throw something and so on. And if we just wait for this function, like call this function and wait for it, it will take all of the time without us being able to do anything else, which is usually bad for performance. So this is for this, Dart has a special concept called futures, which allows us to use some special syntax to do some asynchronous work. And not only for network calls, it goes like for all kind of things, for things that we need to await, which will happen sometime in the future. So for example, let's say we are currently on page 1, like page 1 with your book list, right? And then we press some item in your book list. We open it, details, and on page 1, we can wait until this page 2 closes in order, for example, to update our list view. And in order for this to wait, we need to somehow understand that something is happening and at some time in the future it will end. And then we will need to act upon it. For that, we have futures. So let's look at it in practice. Let's create a new file with just main function. And let's create a function called void print hello. And just print hello in there. Well, you can name it just whatever you want. Lesson 6, task 2, for example. Doesn't matter that much. You can call it lesson 6 features. This is just for working. Okay, and if we run this function, there's completely nothing new for us, just a regular print hello function, and it happens instantly. Like we run it, it happens instantly. Here we have. But let's simulate a situation when it happens for 5 seconds. So in order to delay something, let's say in our print hello, we will say hello before delay. You can now watch for a second, but then we will do the task. Then, in order to wait for 5 seconds, there's a special future delayed class, which I will say what will happen. Duration, seconds, 5. For now, like this. Then print hello after delay. So here are many things going on. First thing is we print hello before delay. Then we create this new concept that we haven't talked before. Remember, named constructors, same way the way we have just used them right now. So the class is future. We use its name constructor called delayed. And as a parameter, it accepts a special class called duration. And it is what it looks like. It's a duration of 5 seconds. And then we print something afterwards. If we run this now, what do you think will happen?
8 seconds till we get.
Let's see.
To print, wait, print.
For me, it's print.
Yes, don't run it yet. Just watch. Let's see. And it printed everything immediately, right? Hello before delay, hello after delay, which is not something we expect from this syntax. But in order for this to work, we need to add a couple of more things. First, for futures, we need to await them. So there's a new keyword that we will be using. It's called await. But if I just write it like that, it will scream at me. The await expression can only be used in an async function, which means that if inside the body of our function, anytime, it can be a huge function, it can be whatever, but if just one time we want to use word await, we need to, in between our parameter and the body, we need to use a special keyword called async. Like this. Okay, what do you think will happen now?
Now we will wait.
Let's see. 1 and 2. Okay, have everyone seen this delay right now? Let's run it again.
Let's make call now.
Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, about 5 seconds. So there also takes time to run the actual program and so on. So basically there is a delay. We can see that. Okay, this is basic things, but one more thing that we need to remember as a good practice in Dart, and it will be mandatory in future, is to not only add async and await, but if you add async and await, as a rule, remember that whatever was your return type needs to be wrapped in a special word called future. Because This way, we are telling to anyone who is calling this function that it will return a future, that it is an asynchronous call, and there might happen something that will like cause a delay or happen asynchronously. So we will see how this is useful in the future, pun not intended, but yes, so a rule.
When we write future like int,
Yes.
we'll say that in future we will
Yes.
include int.
Yes, yes. If I write it like this, it will scream at me because it says the body might complete normally, causing null to be returned, but the return type is future or int is potentially non-nullable type. So I'll turn one here saying that, for example, my function completed successfully. Okay, so for now we will keep it that way. So there are 3 rules. For something to happen asyncly, use await keyboard, not keyboard. In order to use await, need to add async between function params and body, and wrap return type in future, for example. Okay, so this is like 3 rules what you need to do in order to work with futures. Now let's do something. I'll give you a challenge. Write a function that goes for 10 seconds and prints hello after every second. So how do we do it something to happen 10 times? We have a for loop, right? We can do something for 10 times in a for loop. So we create a for loop. Then in this for loop, we want for every I, like I starting from 0, I less than 10, I plus plus. For every I, we want to print hello I, but after a delay of 1 second. Do you understand? Okay. What I want you to do is for now to print hello I, where I is the variable from the for loop, with a delay 1 second. So 1, 2, 3, 4, and so on until 10. I will send you the code in the chat.
How many times?
You can do 10 times. Anyone needs help? В чате написала, что нам нужно 10 раз написать значение и каждый раз секунда делаем. То есть в течение 10 секунд. Раз, два, три, четыре. А? Лиана? Что? Да. А что такое? Okay. You mean about course or what?
No, when Chile and open position for mobile developer, let's go with her.
Okay. Ага. Все правильно. Так, все правильно, ты начал цикл. Цикл должно быть тело метода, тело цикла, прямо скобки. Только не теряй скобки. Тут если ты открыл скобку, значит так, теперь только вы не все пишете. Просто обычная функция. Окей, это во-первых. Теперь нам нужно каждую секунду, чтобы обучаться приколу. Только не приколу, а делай обычный прикол. Чтобы прикол, и здесь нам нужно не попользоваться. Так, это им. Мы делаем есть несколько способов. Сложно в табличках, например, еще так долго. Хорошо, и теперь осталось сделать одну вещь. Что нам нужно делать, чтобы перед тем, как делаем перейти, мы ждали одну секунду.
Давай.
Давай. А теперь вот мы написали правило, что нужно сделать, чтобы выйти на работу.
Весь
Как нам сделать?
А я просто типа фи. И поставил из 500, ну я не знаю, это, типа, если убрать спиц, ну типа чтобы определенно, то она так просто. Ну это просто типа, мне кажется, разные телефоны, разные типа можно чего. Мне кажется, это
Да, все правильно. Это я услышала, что обсуждают то же самое, что почти не только думать логично, что, например, когда идет вот так вот, у нас фиксированная высота экрана могут отличаться шириной. И если сделать фиксированную ширину, то будет отступ неправильно. То есть надо, чтобы она располагалась по ширине, была фиксирована высота. Видно, это, ну, пример, но при этом нужно понимать логически, что там нарисован только один экран, а у нас адаптивный экран.
То есть, в принципе, эффективность и отступы от картинки по решению.
Да.
И уже поэтому выставлять.
Да, отступы, выставляем отступы, и это вполне фиксированная высота, еще и там другая должна.
Через Python делается?
Через Python. Ты можно разные способы делать. Я буду просто можно Python дать много еще. И вот это вот. Работает? Okay. One more thing that we will do with features, and then we will go to Flutter and learn some new stuff about Flutter. So, what will happen if? Okay, let me quickly write it. Delayed. Okay, so everyone has something like this, print delayed. We have a for loop, we wait for a future, and then we print. Okay, so if I this 1, 2, 3, 4, so 10 seconds. Now, an interesting concept that we will see for now, just something for you to keep in mind for future in Flutter development, is if we, for example, write another function, print only I, and pass I as parameter, do with async, and we will do print only I, like this, and call the function here like this. So what we did, we removed the future and the printing into the function, right? And you understand what we did here, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like we now call a function, and previously it was this code. So we took this code, we took it, we cut it out, we put it here, and we're calling this via function. So we just extracted some logic into that function. What do you think will happen now? Will it work as before? Will it not work as before? Is it the same thing?
I guess it should.
Okay.
In my opinion.
Okay, let's check.
Just invoking.
Do you see the difference now? Hello, before delay. Let's see where it's printed. It's printed here. Hello, after delay. It's printed here. And only then we see 1, 2, 3, 4, blah, blah, blah. Any ideas? We are missing one small thing. Any ideas what's happening here? Задача со звездочкой.
Ну, типа, приоритет первого, сначала одна функция выполняется, потом другая.
Basically, the first function is not future. We need maybe add later, print only.
Okay, okay, let's check. Will this change anything? Okay, so I guess it has fixed it. Right, so we have 1, 10, and hello after delay.
Then
So
maybe we can remove that second function in the future.
in here,
That's
okay, let's see what will happen. You mean just await, or what do you?
everything. Like, just leave like standard function.
Okay, let's see. Now what happens is we can compile. We can compile like this. Okay, let's see. So what we did, we removed all future as async await stuff from here, removed await from
Well,
here.
then I was thinking if there would be await there in this place, but it seems like we cannot add await if there's no future.
Yes, that's rule number something, that if await and async work only with a function. Okay. All right. So the important thing was if it's a future, then if we want it to happen synchronously, in this case, we need to put await. If we don't put await, it happens asynchronously. It does happen, but it happens only at some point in the future. For us, it happens after this function for reasons too complicated right now to explain about how Dart event loop works. But if you know how JavaScript one works, it's pretty much the same way. So with futures, we should use await. Well, it depends, but for now, we should remember that if you want something from the future and if you want to happen in order, we need to await a future. Okay, now let's go to Flutter and see how this can be useful in Flutter. So create a new project in your Android Studio projects. Create, let's call it navigation example. Navigation example, just new Flutter project, just as we do every time. And as usual, don't forget to change to project view on the top left corner. Instead of Android, should be project. You need to, for Android Studio, there was some setting that you need to enable in Android Studio. I don't remember it by heart. Android Studio open from terminal. It was, that's not it. Okay. Menu tools, create command line launcher. I believe that's one. Menu tools, create command line launcher. I don't even have, okay, just tools, create command line launcher. I wanted that, yeah, and wait, this is what you want to launch, yes, and just press OK. And then when you are in terminal, I assume you would need to relaunch the terminal probably to make it work. Maybe not, I'm not sure. Then what you need to do is in your terminal, be in the project that you want to open. For example, inside navigation example, make sure that you're inside this project. Yeah. And then press, type studio. Enter, not enter, white space, dot, and then enter. Works? Okay. Keep that. Did you try? Also works for you? Doesn't work?
Nie, nie pytam.
Okay.
Ja potem не знаю, мне удобнее просто сделать смотреть ссылки.
Ну, я привыкла так, очень удобно на самом деле, ну, просто все быстренько в терминале сделать и пойти дальше. Игорь, пробовал, не пробовал? Окей, я потом напишу инструкцию еще в конце урока. Если вы захотите там попробовать, можно так припустить. Okay. With navigation example, let's create, as usual, remove all of the counter app stuff. I actually looked up how to make an empty app, and then we need to pass arguments, stuff like that. I find it easier to actually create a counter app and just remove everything back. Okay, so while we're here, what I want you to do for homeworks, when we create a new project, we remove everything, and in here, material app, and commit this as initial commit, okay? Just this, like this, should be initial commit, which you don't need to open pull request, nothing like that, just this. And then after this, start with pull request, okay? For newer apps, for newers. For now, for the ones that already exist, don't worry about it. Okay, and what I want you to do is now create 2 pages, and those pages should be just consist of a scaffold and a colored container. Like, let's create one red page and one blue page, okay? And they should only have a scaffold and the container with color.
Container should be then.
No, could just can use just as a body, for example. Yes, please. Wrong with you, please tell me. Just computers. Да? Помнишь, что чтобы играть, что просто заинфол, потом правильно. Еще класс называем. Что за ошибка? Всегда читаем ошибку. Смотри. И буква по букве сравни. Also, let's add a quick app bar to every page. Just app bar with text, like text should be like red and blue, for example. Right? Просто красный, да, такой текст. Тут мы делаем, даже нам не столько важно само приложение, сколько то, что мы сейчас будем делать, а именно навигация. Ну, наведено app-bar. Он тебе предлагает это. Все okay? Okay. So now we will start working with the page that is displayed in your material app, right? We have two pages, and I want to start working with the first page that is in the material app. So what we want to do is on the click, just like by clicking on this red container, the screen, I want the blue one to open. To the app, I think. Let's think about it logically. What is the first thing comes to your mind when I say we need to click on the red container? Okay, that's yes. Okay, so if we combine the button and the on-click method, we need something to be able to intercept clicks, right? So we want to understand that we have a click. We can do a button, but what if I want the whole container to be clickable? For that, in Flutter, we have a special widget. It's called GestureDetector. So basically what it does, it detects gestures, right, from the name. So what we can do is we, as usual, go to our class, time container, and say wrap with widget, show context actions, wrap with widget. And the title of this widget is gesture detector. Okay, and just by itself, gesture detector doesn't require to be to override anything. I don't think that we even need a child. Yeah, we can all even don't specify a child, but we specify a child and nothing happens. So even if we for now click on the red container, nothing happens. Nothing for us, not that sense. For that, we need to override to give one more parameter to gesture detector, and it is called on tap. And this is what comes again in play, what we discussed, functions passed as parameters. On tap is a void function. Okay, let me see quickly. So we can see that on tap is a gesture tap callback if we open the source code. And if we open what is gesture tap callback, we can see that it is just a function with void return type and 0 parameters. So when we override our gesture detector, empty brackets because no parameters, and curly braces, and also don't need to return anything because it is void. Okay. And what we can do here is print red container tagged. So let's do that and see if it's working. Okay, is it working for everyone? Окей.
Абсолютно.
Показывает?
Абсолютно.
Да, да, все правильно. Мы же сделали принт. Принт это просто напечатать в консоли. Окей. This is true for everyone. А тут? Получилось? М? Okay. And one more thing that we can do is pass not just like inline this function like this, but we can extract it because it is good practice to extract functions to make them more readable. Because imagine having this whole widget tree with a lot of widgets and each of them having like on tabs and so on. So your code grows, and it's really hard to navigate it and to read it. So a good practice is if there's any tapping, clicking, pressing involved, extract it into a function. So what we can do is we write a function below our build function. It can be anywhere in the file, but good practice in widgets is to have build at the top and logic at the bottom. So our return type is void. We can call like show blue page because this is what we are going to be doing. It will accept no parameters at all, and it will have empty body. But instead of it having an empty body, let's just take that print and put it over here. Okay. And now we can do a couple of things back in our GestureDetector. We have several options. First of all, we can do call. Oops. Oh wait, don't spoil everything. Show blue page. Don't copy this. Just watch. We can do it like this. We can call just the function inside of this function. But because show blue page is the same void function as on tap void function, we can do magic like this. Okay, and this makes the code much more cleaner. Okay, so does everyone do that? Okay. Просто передаем название. Это возможно только так. It's possible only then when the signature of the function is completely the same. So the return type, the parameters, and the type. All this all good with you?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. So now let's move on and actually try to open some things. So for that, in Flutter, we have a special class. There are many options, but we will use one of them. It is called Navigator, which is logical, right? To navigate to a different page, we need a navigator. So in order to use a navigator, we need to access it somehow. And remember when we were using media query to find the size of the screen, we used it like this: media query dot off and past context. Remember this, everyone? No, don't write it. Just remember it. The same way we can use a navigator and many more widgets by doing this: navigator dot off and context. But the problem is we have no context here. We have no idea what is this context. So in StatefulWidget, we have our context only here in the build method, right? Past the parameter. That is the only place in the StatefulWidget where we have a context. And if we want to call a function that needs a context, then we need to pass this context also as a parameter. Okay, so what we need to do is in our show blue page, say that we want to build context as a parameter. And besides this, what happens is show blue page in the GestureDetector starts screaming at me because we have changed the function signature. Now it doesn't have 0 parameters, it has 1 parameter, which is different from the untap signature. So we can't just call it like this. We need to either call it like this as usual, show blue page context, or any ideas? If we have 1-line function, how can we call it? 1-line function. Yes, we can use just the arrow function like this without the braces and the curly, how do you say it? Yes. Okay. So far so good. No, nothing will happen. Right now, nothing will happen. But does it compile at least? Does it not show any red errors? Все хорошо? Все хорошо, Никит? Артур, все хорошо? Да, смотрю. And with Navigator, also at first might seem a bit complex API, but once you open 10 pages, you will get the hang of it. So first thing that we want to do is we actually need to tell the Navigator what to open. And in order to do that, Navigator we need to actually tell the Navigator what to do, because we can open pages, we can close pages, and so on. So in order to do that, in order to open something, we have all kind of functions, but we only care about push for now, just the push. Okay, and what this push wants is a root with the, okay, let me open it. Root with an abstract generic type T, which means that we can pass any kind of class that we want in here. And for us, it will be the page that we will be opening. And in this case, it will be blue page. So first, let's create this. Let's create blue page, final blue page. And we just need to create our blue page, the other one that you have. Well, you all have different names for this blue page. For someone, it's page 2. For someone, it's the second home, and so on. So I need you to create an instance of this widget like this. Да, если ты используешь тот класс, который у тебя нет в этом классе не прописан, импорт, надо его импортировать. Так всегда. Okay, so now let's create a root, final root. And for this, we have options also as usual, but we will be using material one because we're working with material here. And we need to create an instance of material page root. So as the name says, it will use a root that will open a material page. And in our case, it means the way this page will be opened as in transition. Like, you can go from one page by fading in the second page or by putting it on top, zooming in, and so on. And there's style in material, which describes how to open pages material style. This is just a convenience root for us. Okay. And now material page root is screaming at me because it says that the name parameter builder is required, but there is no corresponding argument. So we need to pass it a builder. And if we take a look what builder is, sorry, I can't make it bigger, but if you press builder and comment, you will see that the return type is widget and the type is function that accepts one parameter, build context. So this is the same way as we did previously when we pass functions as parameters. We can do like this, context, and then we need to return something, and we return our blue page. And if you run it now, and you press on the container, it should switch. To your other page. Works? Okay, cool. Yeah, that's something that you noticed. That's good. About it? Okay, so remember when I was telling you how scaffold is super convenient with all of the stuff that it does? It's also convenient in terms of the app bar, and the app bar specifically also works well with scaffold. So by default, app bar has a parameter called automatically imply leading. It's a Boolean, which is by default set to true. And it means that if we have an app bar and we push a page on top that also has an app bar, or yes, actually it doesn't, you don't need to have an app bar in the first widget. If this widget that is being pushed on top has an app bar and this parameter is set to true, it will show you a back button that will, on the click of it, just remove it from the stack. And here is a couple of terms that you also need to remember. This is called the navigation stack, because it works also like, remember how we used stack in order to position children on top of each other on the z-axis? Same way it goes with navigation. We have red root, then when we press on it, on top of it we have a blue root, and then we can have more and more and more, and then when we say remove the last root, it goes away, goes away, goes away. So it's like a stack data structure. That's why it's called navigation stack. But for example, in our blue page, we can say automatically imply leading false. And if we do that and press blue, I will see that I have no back button. Also, I will change this to green because blue is just too confusing with the blue scaffold theme. Just real quick, right down. Start the app. So now we have a problem, right? How do we get back from this page? We can, of course, use app bar, and we should, but not in all cases you will have an app bar which has a back button. But there are ways of, like, for you to, there should be ways for you to go back from this page. So what we're gonna do is on click on the green container, we will remove ourselves from the stack.
That's because you
Yes. Yes.
Once again,
It basically says, do we want a back button if this route has a way to go back? So, for example, if I have this on red page, it's also true, right? Because by default it's true. But just to be explicit, let's say that it is true and run our app. And even though it just says true, we don't see any back button on the red screen, right? This is because the red screen is the first in the navigation stack. There is no way to go back. But if on the green page, say true also, and we push it on top of it, it knows that there is a widget underneath on the navigation stack, and it can go back to it like this.
First look, it looks like we are putting StatefulWidget.
Yes, in case we say that in the automatically imply leading false, we remove this functionality and we make things harder for ourselves. This is if we have a navbar, but imagine if we have a green container like this. There's no navbar. There's no way for you to press back. Okay,
In
so
this case, we're like, I think
can you repeat what you meant?
in case. No.
Now, like now we have. Okay, wait, it's back. So task in second page, make your container clickable. So and print something when you click it.
To put the Navigator, there's two options. Navigator.push, but context and also Navigator.pop. They both do the same, and there's
Yes.
no difference. So
Yes.
but
But
you feel that it depends. Yes.
on the other style, yes. But like push like this, yes. You can also do that. I prefer it the first way.
Okay.
Just to, it's easier to read this way. I get the context and then I just push and I only pass it one parameter instead of passing several. So, but yeah, these are literally the same things. Yeah. Okay, did everyone do that? Is your second page tappable?
Should we remove number?
You can keep it. I'll also return it. But I'll automatically imply leading false. Or you can keep it, it really doesn't matter right now. Okay, so we wrap to the GestureDetector. Example choose. Okay, then I'll quickly right. Oops. And we extract it into our function. Okay, so we will want to close, just close this page. Okay, and we also pass context as a parameter because we will need to get access to our navigator. And for this, it's really, really simple to close a page. So we say navigator of context, as usual, as we did before. And now we just say pop. It's really important to understand that this navigation is it's navigation stack, and because stack is data structure in which you can push and pop. Push means put on top of the stack. Pop means remove the topmost item from the stack.
Okay. And if you don't use push, it will be like red, blue, red, blue, red.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. But technically, because you will be creating an instance of a new widget, it's still a new widget because for now we have only red, blue, but in real application, it can be main page, then details page, then even more details page, then edit something and so on. This navigation stack is built up and you also want to navigate back. Okay, so for now we are going to close page on click of our container. Next. And here I will just remind you about context. We haven't used it a lot, but we have used it sometimes. And we need context most of the time to access global, let's call them that. It's not exactly true, but let's call them that for now. Global widgets like Navigator, because Navigator can navigate through your whole application, wherever you are in the application. Then we also accessed media query, which can give you the size of your screen like wherever you are. And also one more widget that we can access this way is theme. If we want to, for example, get some color from it, also need to pass context. Also theme up. Don't write this, just remember it for now. That every time we need something up, something more global, available throughout the whole app, we will be needing context. And I have a very, very in-depth article about how all of this works, but you don't need to read it right now. It will be a bit too complex, but by the end of this course, I will share it with you and it will explore in great detail how context works. Okay, so if you press it, let's run it. Does it work? Does it pop itself off the stack?
Yeah.
Okay. Cool. But now we are hard coding that this second page is green, right? What if we want to pass a color instead? Like make it not green page, but any color that we pass to it as a parameter. How would we do that? Your ideas? For now, the second page is always green, but I want to make it not green, but depending on what I pass it from the previous page. Okay, let's do that. So let's say we want final color, as usual, and then we pass it in the constructor via the required this color. Okay, and now instead of colors green, okay, I'll also register color here, and container will be of type not color green, but use the color parameter. Okay, everyone understands this? Okay, and now it won't compile because from our red page, we also need to pass this color as a parameter. So I have made a mess. My variable is called blue page, but I'm creating an instance of a green page and now pass the color as pink. So yeah, it's a legacy, but okay, we will keep it as is. So now I can pass color as a parameter. And why are you screaming at me? Because I need to restart the app. Restart and not reload. And now if I click it, I open a pink color instead of red. And this is how you can pass parameters. So basically the same way as we did before, you just create those parameters in your destination widget. And you pass them in the constructor. But now I want you to also do something else. I want to not only change the color passed, but also when I click this page, the pink one, before closing it, I want to call any function that is passed as a parameter to this page. Confused? Okay, so what I want is in here, when we are closing page, call function that was passed as a parameter. Okay. Remember how in our food class we passed eat as a parameter, we passed buy as a parameter, like to print things and so on. Earlier today in our food, just do you remember or don't remember that we did this? Food class, we have eat function passed as a parameter to the constructor, buy function passed as the parameter to the constructor. You're with me on this right now? Okay, just that you... Нет, синтаксис окей, мы сейчас вспомним. Просто сам факт того, что у нас был класс, и мы передавали ему функцию, которая делала что-то свое в зависимости от того, что мы передадим. Окей. Игорь, все окей? У тебя работает?
Нет.
А чего молчим? Как мне читать быстрее? Смотри, красный. Помним, а теперь, если Есть желание challenge, попробуйте добавить функцию параметра в наш второй класс. По такому же примеру, как мы делали тут, только тут мы это делаем на page tool или second page. Флеш. Если там много файлов, то это вкладка. Ну и он начинает делать. Что у нас стоит? Смотри, у нас вот этот фон, что мы добавили. Да. И где мы ее видим? Конструктор. Соответственно, нам нужно ее, во-первых, передавать в конструкторе, там, где мы вспомнили этот фон. Понимаем, да. То есть давай. Да, мы это сделаем. Да, значит, нам нужно передать параметр пола. Давай передадим. Нет, внутрь чего мы хотим передать параметр пола?
Следующий экран.
Да, его конструктор, где конструктор. Значит, класс называется second form. Нет. Сам класс. Раньше ты делаешь, ты его создаешь. Здесь ты называешь функцию. Какой банкет функции происходит? Так, и вот что мы достаем. Second form. Вот. И нам нужно туда передать параметр. Все правильно. Какой нам нужен? Да, давайте сделаем его цвет. Полос. Проверим. Смотри, что теперь. Это все-таки тест, мы игнорируем, что есть как-то тест. Вот. Space. Потом тоже понятно. Сейчас, соответственно, сейчас мы сбоку. Всегда что мы делаем? Перезапустил, но это не совсем. Одно дело, ты объявил переменную синюю цвет, но ты нигде ее не используешь. Где нам нужно использовать переменную пола, чтобы... То есть мы будем, что она была синяя, чтобы компания дает переменную. Правильно. Как она называется?
Так.
Вот так. Okay. Did you manage to pass the function? No? Okay, let's then watch. Let's watch and code along. Okay, let's do it now. So what we want to do is we want, before closing the page, to call something. Okay. First, we need to define this as a function, as a parameter in our page. So we do it as usual. Final. We want it to be void, right? We don't want it to do anything, just like not to return anything, not accept any parameters, just to execute some code. So we want it to be void function with 0 parameters. And let's call it not on tap, but on close. Okay, so now that we have this as a field in our class, we also need to, because it's final, we need to specify it somewhere. And we do this in the constructor, right? As usual. So we say require this on close in our constructor. Okay, are you done? Talk to me, please. Yes, no? Everything, no red squiggly lines? All good? No red lines, all compiles? Okay, Никита? Нужна помощь?
Это да, это
Окей. А как ты написал слово? Оно слово там. Окей, привет. Нет, нет. Приведение прям первая буква. Дальше. И дальше. Ага, сколько у нас слово? Вот так. Иногда помогает просто реально вот по буквам, даже не то, что именно по буквам, а по символам, потому что такое может спокойно случиться, если там запятую пропустили, там скобку, кавычку, это нормальное дело, случается постоянно. Если ты смотришь на это, ну вот, издалека, ты не видишь разницы, потому что, ну, мозг умело это все скрывает, он это видит как общее. А когда начинаешь прям по буквам смотреть, тогда замечаешь, так, стоп, здесь что-то лишнее, походу. Вот поэтому, да, помогает просто прям по буквам посмотреть, по символам. Да, метод уточки лучший метод для дебагинга у разработчика и в целом помогает ну, вслух или себе в голове объяснять свой же код. Это всегда делаю. Это то же самое, что читать по буквам, просто ты вот конкретно каждый момент себе объясняешь. И когда какая-то несостыковка, нашей нам нужно работать.
На первом листе. На первом листе.
Да, подожди, мы до этого еще не дошли. So far, so good. Okay, we have everyone. Okay, now one thing that we want to do is to actually call this function when our close page happens before we close it. So what we do is we say here on close, we can either call it like this by actually calling function call on a function, or I think we can also do it just like this, just by calling this function. Then you have probably defined it in the wrong place.
Oh, I find it out of the class.
Yes, but it seems to be like
What most of them?
На первом листе.
что?
На первом листе.
Нет, пока что мы на первом месте не трогаем. Так, мы, да, вот тут нам нужно выключить все. Валдес, Никита?
Да.
Все?
Everything's fine, yes.
Okay, cool.
I forget that was.
Oh, you did it like this?
Yeah.
To actually, this is just stating it, but to actually call it, we either to specify call or do it like this. The difference for now, it seems like, why would we use call, right? If we can always do this. But if for now, just watch. If your function would be nullable like this, if we had a question mark in here, you can't do this. It says the function can't be unconditionally invoked because it can be null. So in order to avoid this, we would use something like this. Okay, and there's actually, let's make it nullable so that we learn to work with nulls a little bit more. So we add a question mark after our function, the description. Okay, everyone add a question mark. It means that our onClose can be null. And let's also make color nullable like this. Just put a question mark after color. And now what will happen? Because the color parameter of container is nullable, let me see, maybe colored box. Yes, let's use, instead of the container, let's change it to a widget called colored box. Just change the name from container to colored box. I will explain why. Because in a colored box, the color parameter is non-nullable. It can't be null. But because we made our color parameter nullable, we can't assign a nullable parameter to a non-nullable type. So what we can do is use another Dart syntax, is like double question mark operator, like this. And I will write it, and then I will explain what it does. So what happens here when we write something like this? It says that try to get the value of color, but if it's null, then use whatever we pass on the right side of this operator. So this is a shorthand syntax for nullability checks. So if color is not null, use color. If it's null, use colors purple. What exactly?
The getter purple isn't defined by color.
Yes, because the when we use colors, what class would we use? Colors.
Oh, maybe
No, go back.
this one.
No, go back. Where is the red line?
Here.
Here. It means that something is wrong in here. You are right.
Oh, why this
And
one?
this is we get.
Okay.
Okay. With color, is everything?
На второй надо.
На втором экране. Да. Все, я поняла. Вы поменяли контейнер на colored box. Поменяю его на colored box. Контейнер на colored box. И теперь дай ему либо color, либо какой-нибудь дефолт. Okay. And now, if you all had on close like this, it will scream at you, because this is only available for functions that are not null. If they are null, and if any class is null, but you still want to call functions, we can't also do it like this, because it will tell me the method call can't be unconditionally invoked because the receiver can be null. It means that onClose can be null. So for every time when you're dealing with nullable variables, but you still want to safely call their functions, before the dot of the function call, we also need to add question mark like this. And what this says, it says if onClose is not null, call function. Okay, everyone did this? Okay, then let's go back to our red page, the first page. And now it's screaming at us because it wants onClose. There is no corresponding argument. So we need to add onClose. And okay, let's do it again. onClose, and because it's a function with void return type and 0 parameters, we do 0 parameters like this, no parameter specified. We give it a function body, and we don't need to return anything from this function body. Okay, and in here we can say print ping page closed. Okay, and after that, run your app and see if it works. Okay. Yes. Yes, it's probably something with colored box. Let me see. I don't see any errors. Wait, do you have a like error or just a white screen?
And also function is not involved.
Yes, that's probably because colored box has a size and a width of 0. And let me see. Let me see if this works. Just don't copy it yet. Yeah, don't worry. Okay. Okay, this will work. So because colored box and container work differently with constraints, which means they behave differently with their height and width, which is a separate topic. We won't discuss it right now, but just keep in mind that widgets can behave differently with their default height and width. So let's return back to the container. It still will do the same thing. If the color is null, it will use colors purple, but if it's not null, it will use the color that we have passed. Okay, and now does it work?
Yeah.
All right. Так, сейчас подожди. Final page, что он тебе говорит, если ты наведешь на final? Function body must be provided. Окей. Стоп. Смотри. Нет, тут ничего. Все, я вижу. Стоп. У тебя функция называется show blue page, да? Где начинается ее тело между? Да. Мы поменяли colored box обратно на контейнер. Нет. На втором экране мы поменяли colored box. Где у тебя colored box? Да, поменяли обратно на контейнер. Colored box на контейнер. Okay. Does it now work for everyone? По нажатию нужно открываться ну, или какой вы там цвет передали, а по закрытию. Стой. Так, а ты перезапустил?
Да.
Ну вот, все правильно. Black page close. Да, все окей. Да. Нет, ты розовый передавал? Не должен стать. Передавал какой цвет на странице? Okay, and now we will learn one more thing, and then we will go to one more quite complex topic, but still really, really important. Okay, so what we want to do now is also when we close the second page, pass some other color back and change the color of the first page to that color that we passed back. Okay, so here's what needs to happen. We are on the red page. We clicked. We opened the second page, and it's the color that we have passed it as a parameter. Now, what we want to do is when we close this pink page, it should tell the first page to which color to change. Okay, do you understand the idea that we want to implement? Okay, so here are a couple of things that go into play. First, how do we pass something back, right? Like if we want to pass from the second page to the first page, first, a hint is where do we pass it back? Like where do we tell Flutter that we want to close this page? What is the function? pop. Okay, so technically, like logically, if we want to pop something and return back, we would probably give pop an argument, right? Okay, so let's just pass colors yellow to pop.
Well, I mean, you request like blue.
No, we are not passing, like in pop, we are just closing ourselves. We are not passing a new route. We are closing ourselves and we are staying on the page that is underneath in the stack. So, okay, there is a way for us to pass the color back, but how do we actually intersect it on the first page? A hint, we were talking about async operations today when something can happen asynchronously and we would want to wait for the result. Any ideas? So what happened? We have page 1. From page 1, we have opened page 2 and page 1 wants to wait until page 2 closes and do something after that. Okay, so which mechanism did we use for waiting things? Futures. Okay, so a hint is that if we take a look at push, it actually returns a future with the type dynamic, which means that after this push is done, which means that when like the page is closed, that it has pushed, that page has been closed. It can return a parameter if we want one. So we can do something like this, final. Return, okay, let's call it result. And in order to actually get it, we need to do what? If we want to wait for it to finish. Await, okay. And then when we want to await something in the function, what should we also add to the function? No, okay, yes. Duration is if we want to actually specify specifically how much time we want to wait, but we want to wait when the navigator pushes the route from the stack. So we make the function of async, which is correct. And one last thing that it will compile without this, but for better practice, one last thing that we should do when writing an async function. Remember, we have to do something with the return type. Yes, we need to wrap it in the future. And for now, without changing the color, let's just print what is the result after our page is closed. And run this. So what should happen now is we have a red page, we open it, we close the pink page, we should see that we have pink page closed, and then result is material color, primary color, and then the color that we have actually set. Okay, is this true for everyone? Is this true for everyone? Okay.
Здесь у меня первый план.
Да.
Здесь что там? Что поменялось?
Здесь не нужно выйти. Мы не здесь ждем результат. Смотри, мы открыли вторую страницу, правильно? И на первой странице мы хотим узнать, когда вторая закрылась. Значит, где нам нужно слушать? Да.
Надо на пятый.
Да. Да, нам нужно его дождаться. И чтобы нам использовать await, нам нужно еще парочку. Ну все. Все, теперь пропустили.
Чего вы жалко не использовать?
Сейчас будем использовать шаблон. Пока что выведи ее в консоль просто через принт. Мы сейчас будем использовать. Шаг за шагом. Окей, если у всех все работает, я сейчас дам вам одну задачку нам подумать. Создаем новый проект, просто новый проект, называем его counter, и ничего не меняем. This time we don't delete anything, and I want you to analyze the main Dart file. What new thing that we haven't worked with before will you find in this counter app? Okay. Okay, so create a new project. We upload a create, call a counter, and I'll be back in a minute. And I want you to answer what new concept you have found there that we have not worked before with. And bonus points for those if you understand, can explain why do you think it's needed. So what are the results of your investigation so far?
We haven't worked with states.
Okay, and why do we need the states?
Change state.
Yeah, that's makes sense pretty much. Okay, so that's correct. What we have done so far in our colorful app is we have waited for the result. So the result, as we can see, is our material color, but there is no way for us, we don't know yet, a way how to actually make a red page change dynamically, right? And for that, we have a new type of widget that we have not worked with before. Up to this point, we have only extended stateless widgets. And in order to work with the stateless widget, we only have the build method in which we describe how to build the UI in this widget, right? So the second really important type of widget in Flutter, and we will be using it also a lot, is a stateful widget. So it's a widget that has a state, which means that it's not static and it can rebuild itself with different parameters. So we will create a new page, call it stateful page. Okay, so just a new Dart file, stateful page in our colorful app. And this time, instead of writing class that extends the stateless widget, we will be writing a class that extends the stateful widget. But for that, let's do it step by step, not automatically, because we can also do it automatically the same way as we did with stateless, but we will first write it out by hand. So we will call it class stateful page. This is not new for us. This time it will extend, I'll close my emulator for now so that we have more space. This time it will extend stateful widget. Extend stateful widget. And just close curly braces. Nothing, don't add anything. The first thing that we need to do is to actually import it the same way as we need to import it with statelets. We need to import material or widgets or something like that. Any of those libraries? Okay, and when we look at the stateful page now, we can see that missing concrete implementation of stateful widget create state. Okay, remember what was the method of the stateless widgets that we needed to implement every time? Yes. In stateless widget it built, in stateful widget it is create state. So clicking our option and create one missing override, we can see that it creates a method for us. And if I remove all of the code from this method, let's take a look at the signature. First, the return type is state. And when we use those like diamonds bracket, like the same way as we used with future, it means that it's a class that can work with all kind of types. So with future, we can return future void, we can return future int, we can return future stateful page, we can return basically future anything. We just need to specify in those diamond braces what exactly do we want the future from. The same is about state. State can work with any stateful widget, and we can create many of them, but we want it to work with our own stateful page. So in here, we want state to return stateful page like this. Okay. We can also return stateful widget. It will be okay for now, but just as an example, if I write it manually, I usually prefer to have the have the type here. But create state is not a void function. We need to actually create this state, return the state. And for that, we need to create a new class right at the bottom of in the same page. And this class will be a private class, and private in Dart starts with underscore. And how to call it? The formula is like this. We copy the class name, like actually Control-C. After the underscore, we paste this class name and add a keyword state, just like that. So because this will be the state of the stateful page widget. Then we also need to extend. In this case, it will be extend. And we need to extend. Okay, it's giving you hints, but what do you think we need to extend? If this class is called stateful page state. State, just state. We will stop just at state because we already have a stateful widget that wants a state, and we need to create a state. So state, and once again in the diamond braces, we specify whose state will this be. So state and stateful widget are really connected. It will sound super confusing at the beginning, but once again, when you write 10 stateful widget, it will become second nature. Well, maybe not after 10, but after 100, it will become second nature. But still, it will make much more sense, and you will get used to it. Okay, so in state, in diamond braces, we specify our class name. And we still have a couple of more errors to solve. So the first error to solve is the create state is in red. It says the body might complete normally, causing null to be returned, but the return type stateful page is a potentially non-nullable type, which means that if we said we will return stateful page, we should return stateful page. So this will be really simple. In here, we just need to do a return and create instance of this state that we have just created. Okay, just like that. Okay, and now we have one more screaming compiler error. It says already on the state, it says missing concrete implementation of state.build. Remember, we already worked with the build method in StatefulWidget. Well, we will be working with the very much same method, but now it will be not in the StatefulWidget, but in the state of a StatefulWidget. Just chill. I understand that it will be confusing right now, but you will get, as usual, the hang of it with practice, because this is the first time we interact with it. It is okay that it looks like a lot of code, and it is a lot of code just to create a stateful widget, because for stateful widget, we always need to create two classes, and they should go in one file, the stateful widget itself and the state of the stateful widget. Okay, so now inside from the build method, let's just return once again a scaffold with a container. Oh, what was it? Body container. Okay, and let's give this container, okay, like a color, and give it any color, for example, color orange. Then in our main Dart, instead of returning the first page, let's return this new stateful page that we have created. And if it's screaming at you that the constructor being called is not a const constructor, then remove the const from the material app.
Push.
Then it's okay. Okay, perfect. All right, so now let's get to the fun part and actually change some colors. So first of all, we need to make our color orange, not static like this, not hard coded, but a variable, right? So in stateless widget, we have worked only with final variables. In stateful, because the nature of this widget is completely different, it can change in sign. We will be working not with final variables, but with var variables, which can change. So let's have var color, colors orange. But yeah, without the type, just like that, var color, colors orange. Or you can make it a different color, like in the yellow, just to see that it has actually changes. And then in your container, instead of the hard coding color orange, use this color from the variable. This. And make sure that it's now the other color that you specified. Stateful page mesh работаем. Okay. Meanwhile, we can also add to the scaffold. Let's add a floating action button. with an empty unpressed. And I can conveniently, I could run it just to see that it shows up. Move to the stateful page. Dan moeten we daarbij het floating action button. Dus dat folder. And when you're done with adding the floating action button, just in the state, let's create a new function called void change color. And now this will be an important moment to understand a bit how Flutter works. We will call a function called setState. And the only thing that this function will do is cause this whole rebuild method to run. So we call setState, and Flutter reruns this whole method. And because we have a variable parameter in here, it will read from this parameter. So important thing is, in order to change something, we need to rebuild this widget. And to do that, we call a function called setState. And setState wants a void callback. So void function with void return type and 0 parameters, as we have already written several times. Just like that. And then inside of it, let's say color equals colors green. And now, if in the floating action button unpressed, we call our change color. Reload the app, press the floating action button, and it should become green. Okay, I see that it worked. Now we can do it a bit more interactive. If color equals colors green, then make colors yellow, else make color green, so that we can just swap it every time. Okay. And then we can see that we can swap it just like that. So with the stateful widget, the idea is that in build, we describe how to build our UI based on the local parameters. And when we change those local parameters, we need to call setState in order to Flutter to rebuild this widget with those parameters. Okay. At home, you will need to finish in this app the changing of the color that we did in the previous pages. Remember, we returned color from the second page, but we didn't change it because it wasn't a stateless widget. You will need to refactor it to be a stateful widget. For now, while we still have some time, I want to look at how to work with bottom navigation bar so that we can finally work with it. So far, does this work for everyone? Arthur? Работает? Переключается? Игорь? В чем затык?
Я переменно буду не столько.
Упору? Then set state as set state. Also change color, how much is stuff? Yeah. Okay. That's it. Yes. That's it. Okay, so now let's create a new page. Call it main page. And create again a stateful widget. This time we can use a shortcut. Remember how we were using STL to create stateless widgets? We can now create STF, and this will be a stateful widget. And we just need to give it a name, and it will be main page. And it writes everything for us. See, look, this is the template, and when I start writing, it changes the class name in here, changes the state type in here, state type in here, and that's it. And also in the state name itself. Yes, made a new page and call it main page. Main. How nice that means. Sorry? New page?
So you think maybe it's connected with automatic.
Yes, STF.
STF.
STF. Like stateful, STF. Stateless, STL. And from it also return a scaffold. Without constant. And give it again a body of a container with some color. And in the main page, in main.dart, make this main page your home. And relaunch the app. Completely relaunch it, not reload. Okay, so far so good. Now, once again, remember when I told you that scaffold was a very powerful widget? Well, scaffold has a parameter called bottom navigation bar. And it can be anything, but we have also a specific special widget in Flutter. It's called bottom navigation bar. And when we create an instance of this bottom navigation bar, it tells me the named parameter items is required, but there is no corresponding argument. So, which means that we need to give it a parameter called items. And if we take a look, this items is type of list of bottom navigation bar item. So we can give a list of bottom navigation bar items. So, navigation bar item. For example, it is, and const everywhere. So it has two parameters, an icon, we have already worked with that, and a label. So label is text, basically just a string. And if we run it, yeah, we get an error. we get an error that says that items length should be at least 2. Is this true for everyone? If you add 1 item and you run it, you should have an error. Okay, that's good. So add a second item, you can just copy it. Copy, for example, icons favorite and label page. And if you run it now, and so simple. In terms of, I mean, of course, because we are writing this the first time, it's definitely confusing and a lot of code. But when you think about it more deeply, we have only written those like 15 lines, and we already have a functioning navigation bar with icons and text, and also, yeah, you can see the ripple if you click on it. And now we need to also do some more things. And that is, if we go to bottom navigation bar, we can see that it has a lot of parameters, like unselected item color, selected item color, fixed color, background color, and so on. So your task for now, for those couple of minutes, by using parameters of the bottom navigation bar, try changing colors, selected color, unselected color, the actual bottom navigation bar color, and so on. Okay, and also add a third item. And everyone who's that's just it. Define the way you want it. Nikita? Okay. Чтобы поменяй им цвет. Во-первых, отформатируй код. Ага, знаешь, что поставь запятые после home. После home. Попробуй вот так лучше. Вот. И теперь снова будет увеличить пара. Есть разные параметры. Если ты после него да, ну, все эти параметры. Хорошо, как можно делать это после конструктора. Вот тут делай enter. Попробуй писать полу. Видишь, как? Ну, короче, что запас. Вот, функция находит. Можно поэкспериментировать с этим, посмотреть, как меняется, не меняется, со стилями текста и так далее.
Нас минут.
15-20 минут, да. Продержится он все еще? Сейчас мы еще сделаем парочку вещей. Okay. Today we learned like a lot, a very lot. So it will take time to like understand it, to feel it, for it to lay down in your head with your hands. So don't worry, we did learn a lot. So if you're feeling confused and overwhelmed, this is okay. And a reminder, this is an intensive course, so we are going to learn a lot of stuff fast. But homework and typing it out many times, it will. Okay, and bottom navigation bars, especially in Android, but also in iOS, are used a lot, like in a lot of applications, to switch between the pages on which are like have the same significance. Usually a bottom navigation bar is used. So how would we switch between pages? because for now, yeah, let me just quickly think. What was the color? Selected item color. It's purple. Select. But probably should nothing happen because we don't change any selected item. Yes. So, bottom navigation bar should also have a selected. Where? What was the primary color? Index. Fixed color. I'm not sure. Need to check the dots. What does it say? Okay, so it should. I assume that it means that all of the icons will be the same color, selected and unselected, and we can only specify like one of them. Okay, and it says that in here, in the documentation, it says this getter only exists for backwards compatibility. The selected item color property is preferred. So this is some legacy stuff. So previously, bottom navigation bar used this color for, I guess, icon color, and now it doesn't because now we use selected item color and unselected item color. This can happen with Flutter versions. For example, like Flutter is already, I don't know, 6 years, I believe. And when you start programming, you have like one version, for example, of the widget. But with time, you make it better, and it can change parameters, it can change its behavior, and so on. But if you change it just like that, by deleting parameters, by making them behave completely different, for all of the apps that already use this bottom navigation bar, this will break their behavior, and developers will be unhappy. So you will see a lot of times, especially with the theme object, that when you try to use some parameter, the compiler will scream at you that this is a deprecated parameter, please don't use it. So this is why this happens, because sometime in the past it was used in order to not break existing apps. It is still present, but for newer apps, other behavior is preferred. Okay, and where were we? We were in main page. Move this fixed color. What happens now is even though we click, nothing changes, like fave does not get selected. And this is because we need to ourselves control the index, which is currently selected. So bottom navigation bar also has a field called current index. And if we make it 1, remember that we start counting from 0 and reload it, the purple color becomes selected, right? So what we need to do is with StatefulWidget control this behavior. So what was it on? Item selected, I believe. What was the on top? Okay, on top. It's weird. I would expect on item selected, but okay. So remember how with color we had a local variable color, which was changed depending on the click of the button. Same way in here, we can have which variable that will be local if you want to work with the index. No, not power off. Okay, so what is the type class of this like 1?
So
Yes, integer. So we will have something of type integer, and we can call it select tab index, for example. And as default, make it 0. The next thing that we need to do is to actually tell the bottom navigation bar that this variable will be responsible for the current index of the bottom navigation bar. And how do we do this? Where do we change something?
you need like that on top and then change state.
Yes, but before I even add on top, I need to somehow specify my bottom navigation bar that this selected tab index variable will be responsible. one. In here, instead of current index being hard-coded, we need to change it to the variable selected tab index. Okay. And now we need to actually make this index changeable. So bottom navigation bar has one more method called onTap, but this time, it's not void. I mean, the return type is void, but this function accepts one int as a parameter. And if we click it, it's value change int. And one page. We can call it index, for example, because we will be changing the index. And this is a callback that gets invoked by the bottom navigation bar itself whenever we click those items in the bottom navigation bar. So when we click, for example, pay, it will call this method and tell me that this index was called. So what should we do in this callback?
Change state.
Yes, and how do we change state?
Set state.
Okay. And inside of set state, what should we do?
Set state.
Yes,
Change the selected tab index to index.
exactly. Okay, let's do this. And if we now run our app and switch between items, bottom navigation bar should work, meaning that it selects different items, right? Okay. Does this work for everyone? Артур? Все работает? Супер. Так, все правильно. Тебе нужно теперь сказать, что это будет вот этим вот индексом. А теперь это... Что-то здесь листочки. Давай уберем лишнее. Найти, где у тебя вот он видишь, бар закрывается. Где его скобка? Нажми на скобку. Тут. А должна быть где? Явно не тут, потому что у тебя вот много параметров. Или тут скобку. И точка запятой на просто. Но когда что ты пойдете быстренько успеть могу скобку. Но надо будет переговорить. Okay, and one last thing that we want to do is to, based on the selected tab, change the actual page, right? Because we want to switch between home and page. For that, we have a different widget. In body, currently we have a static container, which is always color purple, but a widget that is often used in conjunction with bottom navigation bar in the body of a scaffold is called indexed stack. And it's quite simple to use. It has two parameters that we care about. First one being items, children, as usual, children. So because we have 2 tabs, we also want to have 2 children, and we can make them also just containers. Example container colors yellow and container color blue. And we have given children, but any ideas what other parameter we might want to give an indexed stack? If we want to know which of the children to show. Index. Okay. So let's give it index. And what will be the index in this case? Which index do we want it to be synchronized with? The selected tab index, right? So we can pass it as a parameter. Run the app. And now switching between bottom navigation items. Should be working. After today's lesson, you will need to learn how to add those bottom navigation bar in the CAT app. Remember that previously I said don't add bottom navigation. From today, you will be able to add bottom navigation, but I'll make it in the homework task in Jira. Okay, without obviously this being intense and a lot of information, does everything work so far? Okay, all good. So we have learned like very many concepts today. In Dart, we have learned how to that functions are first-class citizen, can be passed around just like objects in parameters. We learned how to do that. We also learned how to make them typedef and using just names instead of actual function description. We have also learned how to work with named constructors in Dart, how to create our own factory named constructors. After that, we have also learned how to work with Navigator to go back and forth, as well as pass arguments to the widget and pass the argument back. We have also learned how to work with the StatefulWidget and how to set state and change state based on some variables. And in the end, we have also learned how to use bottom navigation bar with the index stack in the scaffold to have like bottom navigation bar with different pages. So that's a lot of information to digest, but you did well. And also wanted to mention that by the end of today, half of the course is done. So you're like superheroes that you're still here and it's all working. And I understand that it's completely overwhelming, new information, new tech stack. That's really fine. So congratulations. And let's continue working. Many more interesting and fun stuff ahead because next week we only had 2 lessons, Monday and Tuesday, but we will learn some things regarding architecture, how to actually architecture our apps, and also I think we will start with networking. We will learn, at least try to start learning how to make network calls so that our applications are not just like UI on the device, but actually making some calls to the internet, fetching data and showing it.
What about API?
Yes.
Yes.
And with the Books app, so I want you to finish the Books app by, not sure if Monday, we'll see, maybe Monday, but okay, let's agree on Monday, so that you keep up with it because we will be connecting next week. I think next week we'll see how we go because I don't want to overwhelm you. I'm adjusting this course also as we go because it's important for me for everyone to understand everything and not just like go through the program without you not understanding anything. That's not the goal. The goal is for you to actually learn something, to actually be able to do stuff. So we're adjusting on the go. And yeah, we will be making our Books app actually fetch information from Google Books API. Okay. You excited? Okay.
Let's see, learn how to storage data locally, maybe remote.
Kind of. I hope we will have one lesson on local storage, how to store at least some data locally, because for local storage, there are many options. It's impossible to learn like even in 3 lessons. It's a lot of work because there's simple information storage, there's secure storage, there's databases and so on. We will learn at least something remotely. We will also work with an API in which we can save some data and fetch this data.
I see warning quite interesting yesterday.
Yes.
So complying that child must be sure.
First, yeah, this can be true.
It's said like I need to switch orders.
Yeah, that can happen. This can happen also. Yes, it's
Quite important. Best practice.
with best practice. I guess it depends on. Okay, so what happens here? Like all of the errors that we see in Dart analysis tab, this is called static code analysis. So static code analysis means that in our case, like Android Studio, the Dart tools, Dart Analyzer tool, even before we compile, as we write our code, it analyzes our code and highlights all kind of errors, warnings, suggestions, and so on. What are those suggestions based on? First of all, they're based on compiler information, because if something can't compile, it will be an error and it will tell you that it's an error. But also the warnings and stuff like that, the stylistic stuff, the children, the you have to don't use const or use const and so on. This is based on several things, and one of them is something that is added with every project. We did not add it specifically. It's called Flutter lints, and Flutter lints is a set of rules and recommendations on how to style code, how to write more optimized code, and so on. And so Flutter lints also gets updated by Flutter. Flutter lints is the official Flutter recommendation, Flutter SDK rules. So they analyze your code and they give suggestions. So usually we want Dart analysis to be completely free of errors and warnings and hints, because this is what guides our style. This is what guides our code performance and so on. And for example, in Chile, we don't use Flutter lints. We have our own library where we have many more lints than there in Flutter lints. Like in Flutter lints, there's, for example, 50 and we have 150, so on. So are like really strict with all kinds of rules. It really helps because when you work in a dynamic environment, like with the team and so on, and people need to review code every time, if people do the same mistakes that are like const or use const or don't use const, the reviewer just spends time on explaining the same things that like are being done again and again. And rules like this, static code analysis, helps eliminate this time spent, because for now, when you open your pull request, there's nothing stopping you just merging it. But what we have in real project is if any warning is in Dart analysis tab, there are special tools that can do that. This will be read, and even if anyone approves, we still can't merge it until it's read. So that's why I teach you to pay attention to what's in the Dart analysis, because in real world, this would not get approved. It would not even get reviewed before, because it needs to be in normal condition before the actual reviewer will spend their time.
And I've got 2 more questions on it.
Yes, it's perfectly fine.
So you showed that links. So basically, I assume that there is like a lot of libraries created.
Yes.
In this universe.
Yes, in community Flutter. Yes.
So when I finished my theory on myself, that was asking to like check the like famous number like check the applications which is created by Flutter, whatever.
Yes.
In Flutter. So there was PUBG. So it's game,
yes.
huge game.
Yes.
So So it's basically, I guess it's not like they're not doing it as we are doing. They're like there's some libraries to make some games or make.
Yes, for Flutters, I'm not sure. Maybe PUBG is like just an interface, and then they have actual integration with frameworks like Unity for games. Maybe I have no idea. I'm not a gamer, so I might be telling stupid things here, but that's how I would imagine. But Flutter, there are special like libraries and even more frameworks for Flutter for casual gaming called Flame, which give you out of the box a lot of animations, a lot of how to do game logics, game UI, like sprite stuff, and so on. So yeah, there are tools. We will be looking at libraries also probably starting next week, how to connect libraries to our Flutter apps, how to use libraries, also how to analyze libraries, because not all libraries are made good. We don't want bad libraries. So yeah.
The last question was about the, for example, bottom navigation bar.
Yes.
I tried the stuff in home. First, I tried it to status widget and it doesn't work.
Yes.
So,
Yes.
so if there's some I'm so sleepy. Sorry. Is there some like flag or whatever which show that this widget is useful only for status or stateful?
Mostly just your logic.
Okay.
Just your logic, because if you know that you need to change, like it's changeable state, you need StatefulWidget. If it's just something static, then use stateless widget. So good idea is to always start with a stateless widget. And if at some point you understand that it's not enough, you need to have some changeable state, you can convert it to a stateful widget. There's also useful functions for this in Android Studio. So for example, I am in my class green page, which extends a stateless widget. And I understand that, man, I need actually to change some data here, right? I want this color to be dynamic change for inside this page. So I take this, show context actions, and it tells me convert to stateful widget. I press this and it does everything for me. And I have a stateful widget. So IDEs are really great tools. Because some people write code in Vim. I have no idea why would anyone want to do that, but IDE gives you so many things that just speeds up your work. Some boilerplate stuff that after you write like 50 times, you understand how it works. There's no more sense for you to actually type it out and just use all of those tools. All right. Any questions? Any doubts? Anyone needs help? Good. Все получилось? Точно? Okay. At home, homework, we will not be creating any new apps this time, but we will be updating all of the apps that we have worked before. We will add navigation to our applications. We will add bots for navigation and also some functionality to use stateful widgets. Okay? And have a great weekend.
Thank you.
Thank you.